This phone off.
Good afternoon. We are here for a study session to have an overview of the North Central Regional Planning Commission. And I will turn it over to Commissioner Linkowitz, who is our representative on that commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we're going to have John Shea. He's the Executive Director of the North Central Regional Planning Commission. And I've been fortunate enough to attend their meetings for the last, going on almost 3 years now. And the longer I'm there, the more I'm just really impressed with just how much they do. And I think they're kind of an unsung organization, and they do a lot around the state. And specifically, I think their coverage is 12 counties, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but obviously it's the north central region of Kansas. And John is kind enough to come here from Beloit and offer his time and give us an overview, and I look forward to it.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Got a little nervous, so how long did you guys think I was going to speak for? Did you have a
Ball's in your court.
okay? Because I didn't know it was going to be really a full session just for us.
We have another meeting at 4, so.
Oh, perfect, excellent. Then I'll be done well before that. And actually, I just want to correct Greg on one thing, which is I live 6 blocks from here. So I really didn't have to come very far. And it's really, it's great not just to be in Salina, but to see the kind of things we're doing in Saline County and in the city of Salina here. And we very much appreciate having Greg on our executive committee. He's been not just a leader, but just a supportive person and a very strong voice for the whole entire region, not just Salina and Saline County. So thank you all for having me. And as Greg said, my name's John Shea. I'm the Executive Director of North Central Regional Planning Commission. We are based in Beloit, but we have a satellite office right across the street. And that's partially being used now. Hopefully we'll expand our utilization of it. I unfortunately, it's one of those great conundrums, but I can't really use it because I have to be in Beloit most days of the week. But in the future, more and more of our staff are going to be able to work out of there. So I'm excited about that. So I guess to get us started, next slide, I guess, please. Thank you. A little about us. We are the comprehensive community development and planning organization for the region. We have kind of an interesting history. We started back in the early 70s, 72, I believe, so over 50 years now that we've been active in the region. And we started as a state-created regional development organization, so we're quasi-governmental, but initially we were exactly that, a planning organization that worked with 12 counties to develop plans on transportation, economic development, a whole host of other areas. But over those 50 years, as new issues arose, new needs needed to be filled, the organization kind of morphed into one that was both economic and community development, but also transactional in terms of services and providing services to our region. So I want to tell you guys a little bit about that. Next slide, please. As was mentioned by Greg, we have 12 counties that are our service area, and they're all members of the organization, but there are also 82 communities, including, of course, Salina, that are members of our organization. So we have pretty much universal buy-in in the region. And even though we were formed like this by the state as a regional development organization, we also have the role of the Economic Development District for the U.S. Economic Development Administration, which is part of the Department of Commerce. And we start to get into all these acronyms and all these names, and everybody just starts to get confused. So I apologize, but we have a federal role as well in the region. I would add, too, that these 12 counties are principal stomping grounds. They constitute our assigned territory, but we have other projects and programs like weatherization that covers 42 counties in Kansas. Our Homeland Security role as a fiscal agent, that covers 100 of our 105 counties in Kansas. And occasionally we have programs, for example, through the Dane Hansen Foundation, where we're restricted to the areas of the funder, so we might be only able to institute those programs in 8 of our counties. So it's a little bit, it's not a strict, well-defined border sometimes. Next slide, great. And so obviously, as I said, we've grown over the 50 years. We've, and I'm going to be talking a little more specifics in a moment in terms of the types of things we've done, but basically we work with not just the county and city governments, community governments, but also with nonprofits and businesses and individuals through a lot of our programs. So we basically, at this point, we've gotten to a stage where we've encompassed pretty much all the major stakeholders in our region. Programmatically, we're kind of siloed into these areas, and while there is some overlap, I would still describe it as a bit, segmented into these categories. Community development and planning, that's kind of the catch-all for everything. That does a lot of the, not just developing plans for municipalities and helping counties with economic and developmental plans, but a lot of grant writing, a lot of grant management, bringing in resources to the communities. Housing similarly has not such a big issue for every community, is an area in which we help with various programs like new home buyer programs, demolition, rehab programs, but we've also done the housing assessment tool assistance to communities, and that's something that communities have to do in order to get funding from HUD and other federal sources and sometimes state as well. So we fulfill those roles under housing. Business finance, what that represents is our support for new businesses and for expanding businesses and providing gap funding and low interest financing. Weatherization, as I said, deals with helping lower income citizens with assistance to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. Homeland Security buys all types of equipment, and we are the fiscal agent for that program for counties throughout the state. I know you guys were looking at a fire engine or something earlier. It would be the type of thing that we'd be involved in. If we were not on this case, I do not know. And finally, a little uniquely, we also have under us a 501c3 organization called NCKCN. And what that does is it provides wireless internet services for areas that are not serviced by cable or fiber. And again, that's not as pertinent, obviously, to Salina County, but many of our counties, many of our communities are very rural, and they aren't serviced, and that's slowly changing over time, but NCKCN provides that bridge to provide that. Next slide, please. So again, a little bit more depth on economic and community development. As I said, one big feature of what they do is they assist communities with various planning functions. And just like we have what's called the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the 12 counties in our region, very often communities will have their own economic development plans. And as I said, sometimes required to have those plans in order to access funding. So we assist them in producing those documents. We also do a great deal of work with identifying funds, applying for grants through federal sources, foundational sources, state sources, and managing those funds. And we do so at a very heavily subsidized rate. It's basically something that we lose money on, but it's really, again, why kind of we're here as an organization. So we find other ways to get around that. We work on environmental reviews and assessments, and that's usually a component of every infrastructure construction program we're engaged in. That's a key part. And then this program, as I said, I kind of like it because it's transformational in my mind in nature. It picks up all the new programs and the new areas that we're branching out into, like our work with the Department of Transportation. So it definitely is a very broad endeavor and constantly changing. Next slide, please. And housing and weatherization, we've lumped them together here, but we actually have, obviously, in both those areas, we have to work quite a bit with contractors in the region. There's always a shortage of housing contractors. It's driving us crazy. We can't get to everybody we should be getting to. But we have 5 inspectors that work for us full-time, very highly trained individuals. They have all types of certifications in lead and asbestos and other areas. But what they do is they work with contractors to, define the needs under each project, whether it's rehab or demolition or weatherization. They work with them on work orders and plans. They supervise their work, and then they certify their work at the end of the job. So they fulfill a very important need for us. And again, I will go back to weatherization, which is probably our biggest individual program. Employs about 8 of our 22 people, and it's so critical because it's targeted for lower income individuals, and it's not just about making their homes more efficient. That's theoretically the main goal of the program, but it's also keeping these folks warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and to me, most importantly, keeping them safe, because a lot of these homes, they have old furnaces that might be fire hazards. They might be emitting noxious fumes. They might just not up to any type of modern standards, and they are a danger to the people that live there. And so these are the people least able to help themselves in most cases. And so I don't know, this has a special place in my heart, and it's a very important program. Next one, please. Business finance, it's funny because when I first came into town, I went out to lunch at one of our local restaurants here with our business finance manager, Debbie Peters. And the owner comes running out and just says, thanks so much for helping us out, giving us a bridge loan, and that really helped us stay in business. And, that's a common story, although I think that particular incident was staged. I think Debbie set it up so when I got there, the guy comes running out, probably called him in advance. But anyways, it has helped so many businesses in this community with, again, low interest loans, bridge loans to both not just start businesses, but expand businesses and allow businesses to enter into new areas where will help their bottom lines and things like that. So that's an excellent program. We operate a revolving loan fund, which has been extremely helpful. And again, by nature, that keeps replenishing itself. So that's a great long time mechanism for helping out businesses throughout our 12 counties. Next slide, please. And I think I mentioned Homeland Security, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But in terms of information technology, it's worth going back to NCKCN, because what it is it's a 501c3 subsidiary of our organization. And that's not just great and important because of the work they do bringing internet to unserviced people, particularly in rural areas. But because we are quasi-governmental, we are not eligible for some grant programs that are targeted towards nonprofits and like 501c3s, 501c6s. NCKCN allows us to access those funds from organizations like Dane Hansen and bring in these programs that we otherwise couldn't. And so it's even without the Wi-Fi and the internet service components of the organization, it's very valuable to us as a collector of resources and accessing resources we otherwise couldn't. Next slide, please. And finally, I'll probably try to zoom in a little bit on a few of the things we're doing specifically in Salina. And hopefully they're not things that have caused traffic delays or anything like that. There's, as you know, a lot of work going on Centennial Road, particularly around the Schwann plant. There are all types of roads closed, and we're doing work on culverts and drainage there to basically make traffic flow, improve traffic flow patterns, improve the movement of trucks in and around the plants there. And there's so much activity there, some very big operations. So we've been engaged with that through an EDA grant that was part of a package to do the work in that area. I go down there quite frequently because I have to do some paperwork sometimes for the EDA on what people are making and who's working down there. So I'm fairly familiar with that program. We also have the NCKCN Business Down Payment Assistance Program, which you can see. That's the picture on the right there, and that's two businesses that conjoined. They created something called the 1610 Ministries. It allowed them to open space on 7th Street. And they provide various therapy and other services for families and individuals. But you go beyond that, and there are just so many different businesses right down Santa Fe and elsewhere that have benefited from our business finance program. In housing and weatherization, we currently have 8 homes in the weatherization program in Salina. That always changes. They'll be finished. New ones will come on board, but right now we have 8. We also, on Friday, I just signed papers. We will be the fiscal manager of a new $12 million program with Dane Hansen and Kansas Department of Housing and Environment to build about 250 new moderate-priced homes over the next 4 years. So that's something that's going to directly address a very glaring need in the region. It's not all our counties, but it includes Salina County, and we'll definitely have some impacts here in Salina. And then I think the only other thing I'd mention is we've been working with the county, but again, it definitely impacts the town too on a major drone and technology program that not only encourages the work that's being done at KSU Salina in terms of drone technology, drone manufacture, and potentially some businesses that grow out of that because of that nexus of drone work. But it continues some of the things we've done, like the development of the drone corridor, part of which went through Salina County for the U.S. Department of Defense. And basically that works with developing data from drones on right now just bridge infrastructure in 4 counties. But if we get the Phase 2 grant, which is nearly $10 million, it'll include dozens of counties throughout Kansas, and it will expand beyond bridge technology, bridges to other types of transportation technologies, agriculture, other areas that we can utilize drone analysis for. And the part I'm excited about is it has a component where it funds the development of GIS capacity, which is what we're going to hold within the NCRPC. And that's going to me, going forward, be a very important strategic advantage for all these communities in our region that don't have GIS capability and truthfully don't have the resources ever to develop it. They don't have the people, they don't have the money. And I will compliment Salina County and Salina. Both the city and the county have a fantastic GIS department that we've worked with. So we really appreciate their guidance. They're kind of the gold standard in the region, but there are other parts of our territory that aren't being serviced. You know, to me, strategically, that's such an important and big project, so I'm very excited about it. Yes, next slide, please. So, you know, you are dues-paying members, just like our other, 12 counties and 81 other communities. And so, you know, we are you are us. You shouldn't be strangers. And as I said, with Greg, we have that direct line of communication. But if there are things that you folks want to discuss with us, requests that we help with, we're always there. And, you know, if you don't find me in Salina, you'll find me in Beloit. And our contact info is on here. And so, again, I really enjoy working with Salina and hope we can continue to help you going forward. Thank you. Certainly any questions people have.
I'll definitely take the opportunity to thank you for the grant administration assistance through EDA and then the CDBG rehabilitation. And,
Sure.
That is a very detailed process, and we appreciate all the assistance.
Yes, it is. It is. I'm glad we could help.
So is your primary funding source securing grants and?
Of the organization?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'll tell you.
For all these projects?
Yeah, generally it's a mix. For example, weatherization has 3 primary funding sources. 2 are federal, 1 is the state, and that's, you know, $1.5 million. But just to give you a sense of our budget and where the funds come from, we have an operating budget of a little over $2 million. With all our 12 counties and 82 communities, we only collect about $57,000 in dues. And so the rest of the money that supports the rest of that to get to 2 million something comes from other programs, from foundations like Dane Hansen and work we're doing for them. It comes from, as I said, some marginal fees we collect from the work we do with our communities, but it largely comes from the overhead that we get from programs like Homeland Security and weatherization and things like that. So, you know, 57,000 is only about 3% of our operating revenues, but it's very important to us because it shows the buy-in of the communities. So we have a very complicated set of funding sources, but basically, I would say it's primarily state and federal funds that we work off of.
So the Homeland contribution, is that primarily public safety?
Well, it comes from Department of Homeland Security, and what they have is in each state they have a way to disseminate those funds. And so we're not actually managing the Homeland Security program. We're the fiscal agent for it. So the funds come to NCRPC, and then we assign them to different Homeland Security districts based on their requests for funding.
And the Wi-Fi LAN broadband, how does that transmission, is that, say, a town like Milton Vale, you set up a Wi-Fi beacon and?
Basically, I'm not a technology expert, but we have the trucks to install the necessary equipment for accessing wireless broadband, because even though Cunningham Communications is building out slowly the fiber network in our 12 counties, there are still many areas that are not served and won't be served for some time. So what we do is we install the equipment and provide the technical support and service for people that are using that wireless connection.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anything to add, Commissioner Linkowitz?
No, it was a nice overview. I appreciate you taking the time to do it.
Good.
Yes.
Yes, all right. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Mr. J.
Nice to meet you.
We will see you back here at 4 o'clock for our regular meeting. Good afternoon, it's 4 o'clock, and we are going to conduct the November 18th, 2024 meeting of the Salina City Commission. I would ask staff if confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longby,
Here?
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Hey, all who are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have a public hearing, and I will ask for item 3.1.
Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of resolution number 24-8251, directing the city to demolish the structure located at 254 North Penn Avenue.
Mr. Furbeck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Sean Furbeck, Dangerous Structure Specialist. We're here today to address structure at 254.
I need to officially open the public hearing.
Sorry.
We are open. Mr. Furbeck.
Okay. Today, we're here to address the structure located at 254 North Penn Avenue. On August the 12th, 2024, the City Commission adopted Resolution 24-8227, declaring the structure at 254 North Penn Avenue dangerous. A timeline was established for obtaining permits, and they are as follows. A demo permit was to be filed by September 11th, 2024. If repairs were an option, a permit for repairs would need to be filed for by October 11th, 2024. To this date, no permits have been filed or issued for that location. Numerous conversations have happened with the owners. The owners have expressed on numerous occasions they have no financial means to either complete a demo or complete the repairs necessary to make that house habitable again. I just had a conversation with the owner, Kim Kaufman, prior to walking down to this meeting, and so I am just going to give you the information that she asked me to relay to you guys because she was unable to get here, that she would just like more time. I don't know what that entailed, but she just wants more time. That's the only information that I have. What we're asking for is for the commission to approve Resolution 24-8251, ordering and directing that the city proceed to cause the dangerous structure located at 254 North Penn Avenue in the city of Salina be raised and removed by the city, and the cost of such work recovered by the city in the manner provided under KSA 12-1755. Option 2 would be to postpone consideration of Resolution 24-8251 pending the provisions of additional information or modifications of a deadline or provisions as directed by the Commission, or decline to approve Resolution 24-8251. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Furbeck?
Just one, did Ms. Kaufman give any indication as to what the reason for requesting more time was?
To have more time to get property out of the house.
So not to secure financing, but
No.
just to remove the
No,
property?
sir.
Okay. And
What little bit I know is since this house has caught on fire, the condition of it has remained the same. There has been very little activity on the inside of the house to remove any items. Myself and the building official, Sean Homan, had a meeting with her on Friday of last week to discuss what this hearing was about, what to expect moving forward. Because there was a fire inside the house and firefighting efforts were used, a lot of the items that were inside the house, which has been sitting there all for almost a year now, are moldy. I don't know that there's much to be salvaged from the inside of the house that wouldn't have been damaged, smoke and or fire or water.
With respect to time, if you could, you might speak to the process that we would follow if the resolution is passed in terms of soliciting demolition bids and how
Okay.
long that might take, because in that intervening time, they could still remove belongings.
Absolutely. If you approve this resolution, the first step is we have to have a asbestos report done. Now, depending on how busy those contractors are, we'll say that could take up to a week, and we would have the results maybe in the next week. At that point, we prepare a contract that we post so it can go out for bid. That bid period is open for 30 days. During that 30-day period, the owner of that property receives a letter saying, you have 30 days to remove any personal property that you have from the residence prior to demolition. Once we open the sealed bid, depending on the dollar amount, we could very well be here again for approval of that dollar amount. And at that point, we would award the contract, and once a demo permit was secured by that contractor, they could start demolishing. So your 45, 60 days for these owners to remove their personal property in addition to the last 7 months that they had to remove their personal property.
Well, upon approval of this resolution, I guess I would ask you to contact Ms. Kaufman and explain that to her. And
She will have a phone call tomorrow from me,
and
no
tell her-
matter what the outcome. Just
Tell her, here's the timeline.
they've been very decent people to work with, so I try and keep them in the loop of what's going on, what processes
Yeah. And I understand they went through a tragedy,
they did.
and it's a tough spot, so. Any other questions? Thank you. Is there a representative of the owner here who would like to comment? Any public comment? Not, I will close the hearing and bring this back to the commission.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8251, ordering and directing that the city proceed to cause the dangerous structure located at 254 North Penn Avenue in the city of Salina be raised and removed by the city at the cost of such work recovered by the city in the manner provided under KSA 12-1755.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8251, ordering and directing the city to proceed to cause the dangerous structure located at 254 North Penn Avenue in the city of Salina to be raised and removed by the city, and the cost of such work recovered by the city in the manner provided by under KSA 12-1755. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 3.2.
Item 3.2, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-11226, ordering the vacation of an 8-foot wide public utility easement located between lots 12 and 14 in Block 6 of the Plat of Country Club Heights Edition.
And I will open the public hearing and call on Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a vacation petition that was filed by Austin and Allison Walker, and they're the owners of property that's addressed as 421 East Country Club Road. And the Country Club Heights Edition plat dates back to around 1920. And when it was originally platted, there's a network of rear and side yard utilities easements that were laid out at the time of platting. And back in 2006, when Lawrence and Molly Carter owned the property, either through their lender or title company, it came to their attention that they had a north-south utility easement running through the middle of their home. And so they petitioned to vacate it, and that was approved by the City Commission in 2006, but it only dealt with the north-south piece that ran through the home, and there was still an angled segment of that easement that ran southwest and tied into the rest of the network. So we now have Austin and Allison Walker who own the home, and in 2023 they acquired some property from their neighbor to the south, a part of Lot 12, in order to deepen their backyard. And so while that moved their property line, it did not move the location of the utility easement that now passed through the center of their backyard. And so they have been doing some extensive work with rear patios and proposing to construct an in-ground swimming pool. And as part of our permit review, that we determined that the remaining utility easement ran through the middle of the proposed construction of the pool, and there were utilities that had public and franchise utilities in the vicinity, but not actually where the pool was being constructed. And so we worked with the Walkers to submit this petition, and their request is that the easement be vacated and eliminate the building restrictions that are created by that easement. And we did work closely with all of our local public and franchise utilities, and none of them report having any utilities in the easement area that's proposed to be vacated, and they don't have any objections to the easement vacation. There is a transformer in the blue area to the south, and so what you're seeing on the screen, it's the orange area that's being vacated. The purple area was vacated in 2006, and the blue area is being retained because it has electrical service in it that serves a number of those homes. But the area in orange is the portion that the Walkers would like to have vacated. And so we have provided for you on page 2 some possible findings that would support this vacation. The easement doesn't really serve any public purpose anymore because there are no public or franchise utilities in it. And so on page 3, we've outlined the process for considering vacation requests. The mayor has opened the public hearing. You're receiving the report from staff. You can receive comment from the petitioner and the public or any affected utilities. You can close the public hearing after your deliberation and then act on the ordinance that is in front of you. So we've identified on page 3 that you can approve the attached ordinance vacating the 8-foot public utility easement as requested. You could postpone consideration of this petition to a future meeting date if you feel like you need additional information from staff or the petitioner, or you could deny the petition if you find it's not in the public interest to vacate the utility easement at this time. We do have Todd Welsh, who's been working with the Walkers on their backyard project here, if you have any specific questions, but we've coordinated this pretty closely with the local utilities, and they don't have any objection to that angled portion being vacated at this time. So I'd be open to any questions commissioners might have.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment or anything to add from the applicant or the applicant's representative? Any public comment? Any discussion? I will close the public hearing and bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve ordinance number 24-11226, vacating the 8-foot public utility easement located on the common lot line of lots 12 and 14, Block 6 of the plat of Country Club Heights addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11226, vacating the 8-foot public utility easement located on the common lot line of lots 12 and 14, Block 6 of the plat of the Country Club Heights addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. That will bring us to our consent agenda, which is fairly lengthy. We'll go ahead and read the consent agenda for us.
Item 4.1, consider approval of the minutes of the meeting of October 28th, 2024. Item 4.2, consider approval of resolution number 24-8254, adopting financial policies for the city of Salina. Item 4.3, consider executing an agreement between Evergy and the city of Salina to replace automatic transfer equipment at the wastewater treatment plant. Item 4.4, consider authorizing the mayor to execute an amendment to the loan agreement with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment to lower the semi-annual payment and total loan amount for water main replacement projects. Item 4.5, consider awarding the bid for water main replacement project number 2 to Smoky Hill LLC of Salina, Kansas in an amount not to exceed $2,476,500. Item 4.6, consider approval of resolution number 24-8258, amending fees for special event permits. Item 4.7, consider approval of resolution number 24-8253, authorizing city staff to apply for a community development block grant. And item 4.8, consider authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with Great Plains Manufacturing, Inc. to place fiber optic cable in the Idlewild Place right-of-way.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on any consent agenda items? Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I just have a question on, it's the special event, 4.6. Probably a simple question, but. Oh, that was quick. Okay. In separating advanced permit level 5, type A from type B, is it high attendance and single location, or is it custom? Are these option? Do you have to have all of those components, or is it just one?
Both A and B are high attendance. That's one of the things that kicks you over. But the defining factor is really the multi-location, which makes those difficult. So we found we had high attendance single location events and we had high attendance multi-location events. And one does definitely create a higher impact.
So if you had a low attendance multi-location event, where would that fall?
You have other qualifying factors in the other sections that would determine that.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
I would just comment along that lines that most mic off, the comment that most of these fees have been reduced. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, Mr. Mayor. They've actually been reduced by over 50%, and
Yes.
this change would actually lower the highest fee, giving another option at a reduced cost.
Thank you. I had a question on item 4.5, the water main replacements. Ms. Tasker?
Yes.
I was just trying to identify where water mains are being replaced, because that's probably one of the biggest complaints we get is water quality and needing to replace on this
On this project or future projects?
project.
Okay. On this project, the area that we're looking at is over by Hillside, and we have done some work over there in 3 or 4 other locations, and this ties a line that brings flow from, I'll call it a larger water main with more movement down into the area. And the Hillside area is a case where we've had multiple water main breaks.
That was the emergency repair?
No, that was Hillsdale.
Okay.
That was the emergency repair. And now it's a little piece in the center that's done, and this project connects back to a further piece. It's on the map at the back. So Hillsdale and Hillside are also difficult for me to keep my head wrapped around, but I studied before I came down, so I have that straight. But Hillside is the multiple water main breaks also, but it's newer pipe. It's late 1970s. But for whatever reason in that area, we've had multiple breaks. The Hillsdale was a location where we had 5 breaks in 2 weeks at Christmas time. So both have multiple breaks. Hillsdale had more water quality issues, and Hillside, we've not had as many water quality issues there unless a result of the break. And there's a small amount of work up in the north of Pacific Street, a couple of blocks up there that we're connecting a pipe together. What we're trying to do is go back in some of the areas where we've made some improvements and try to make some additional connections, because something like a domino, when we replace the main in one area, it seems to move to the area next to it. So we're trying to now, in our future plans, do a little more of not leaving straggler pieces of line, because that's upsetting to those that weren't a part of the first replacement. But again, we're kind of budget restraints. Then we do have a railroad crossing over on Ash Street, and that's what's included in this project. Is that defines it well enough.
Okay.
Okay.
So the project that's just wrapping up at Lewis and Albert,
That's in Project 1,
that's in Project 1.
and this is Project 2.
Okay.
And they haven't started construction on. And in Project 1, we have a line where it's a straggler block that didn't get picked up, and it's called Mark Avenue. And we're working with the contractor for a cost on that, because it truly needs to be a part of this project since we're working in that area
Okay.
for
Okay.
Project 1.
All
So,
right. Thank you.
okay.
I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor Lombana, move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. And I might note Commissioner Linkowitz had a emergency he needed to attend to, and he will rejoin the meeting when he gets back. Administration, item 5.1.
Item 5.1, consider awarding the bid for the construction of Fire Station Number 4 to MCP Build, Inc. of Topeka, Kansas, in an amount not to exceed $7,254,450.
Mr. Wood.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. This item is the culmination of a long-term planning that we've been doing at the city for a long time. Fire Station 4 has been included in our long-range capital improvement plan since 2014. We really started to do some actual work on this project in 2022 with authorization that was approved, and then we hired WSKF as the architect to do some design work. They started in 2023 doing the first phase of design, which was really just kind of a program study, doing some schematic design and doing all the land use items that needed to be done, and that culminated in a cost estimate. Then we went on to phase 2 of design, which is the actual design, and we're done with that portion, and they have let the bids for this project. On October 24th, we received 6 bids. The low bid for this project was MCP Build at $6,909,000. We do have a couple of items that we added as alternates just to well, one of them we thought we'd add is actually a deduct. We weren't really sure where this was going to come in cost-wise, and we thought we'd have an item that we could reduce out depending on the cost if it came in too high. And then we had a couple of items that are really more related to the art component. We wanted to separate those items out so we would know what the actual cost was depending on how the art turns out. So the first alternate one was a deduct, put a different kind of door on the front side of the fire station, and the other 2 were a mechanical screen wall and then some landscaping on the south. So the total bid, if you accept items 2 and 3 and leave alternate 1 out, would be $6,909,000, and MCP Build out of Topeka is the low bid for that. And we are recommending that we go with MCP Build and including bid alternates 2 and 3. The architectural estimate was a little bit higher than the bids came in. It was around $9.7 million. There's a couple of reasons for that. I think the biggest thing is that our market here is just a little bit cheaper than where WSKF typically works. They're usually working in bigger markets: Kansas City, Des Moines, Iowa, Columbus, Ohio, and the labor here is a little bit cheaper than it is in some of those markets. So I think they had the number in those estimates a little bit higher than what we would anticipate here. Fiscal note for this project. In the beginning, we set aside $5 million for this project. The engineer estimate, we thought we were going to be quite a bit higher than that at $9.7 million, and we came in right in between that at the $6,909,000. There are some other items that are outside of construction that we will have to pay for that will be part of the entire project that aren't included in construction. So construction, we have $6.9 million. We're going to add some contingency in there just in case we have things that change. Design services total is $776,000. Station alerting, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, access controls, some testing and inspections, and then public art round out the remainder of that for a total project cost of $8.6 million. We did go back and rework our authorization earlier on, so we actually have authorization of up to $11 million. We won't need that for this project, but it is there, so we don't have to do anything else with authorization. I do have Doug Bowe from WSKF is on the line. If you have any questions for the architect, he's our representative there. And then Pat Tolan, who is the CEO of MCP Build, is also online if you have questions for him. They have done projects in Salina. They're actually working on Lee Lofts Phase 2, and they're doing some renovations at the Jamestown apartments right now. So they're in town already, ready to go. We expect the project to take about 395 days as soon as we start that timeline with this approval tonight. So your options tonight are to award the bid for construction fire station to MCP Build of Topeka in the amount of $6,909,000 with a $450 construction contingency for a total project authorization of not to exceed $7,254,450 and authorize the city manager to execute the contract upon fulfillment of the prerequisites. You can award the bid with amendments. You could postpone consideration and let us know what additional information you would need to make that decision. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions. We have some representatives of the fire department as well who have been part of this project or process with the design all along as well. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Doug and Pat are also on the line if you have anything for them.
Questions for Mr. Wood?
As far as the total authorization, where do we account for the difference between the $8.6 million and the $7.2 million?
So we'll have additional projects that have to come back and get approved. So if you see that list, there's the list that has construction and contingency. That's what we're approving tonight. We've already approved design services. The remainder of those items we'll have to come back and get approval for as we move forward.
But that would come from a different
It's all
Talking
same,
about-
it's all same budget. It's all the same project authorization and budget
Do
that
we
was
have
approved.
to authorize potentially that amount? Or,
We had an $11 million
No, so
project
we're still on-
authorization
okay.
overall, so we're spending out of that
right.
overarching authorization.
makes sense. Thank you.
Following up a little bit to Commissioner Davis's question, you keep talking about the 9.7 million. That 9.7 million that you're referring to would have been just the construction
Just
cost.
construction. Yep,
So
that's the
just so
engineer's
you don't
estimate
look
just
at
for
that and see
construction.
that we're comparing 9.7 to 8.6. We'd had another. And does that 9.7 include what we would have had contingency, or we added an additional contingency to that 9.7?
So they had some contingency built in to there, so it would include that contingency,
Okay.
but
So basically, we're going to be adding, like I said, so if people don't get confused, that 9.7 would also have included another $1.4 or whatever.
Yep, that's
that we
correct.
have on there. So perfect. Thank you.
So, for example, the public art, we've already approved that.
that's correct.
So that, we can check that off the list.
Well, I want to clarify, you've approved the expenditure, you haven't approved the
Right.
public art. That's a conversation yet to be had.
Okay, but
Yep, so those remaining items, if there's an item there that goes above and beyond the city manager's purchasing authority, that will come back to the city manager for approval. So we've approved the overall budget for the project. Right now, we're approving construction and contingency. We approved design. Station alerting is likely going to come in above the city manager's purchasing authority, so we'll have to bring that back to the city commission for approval. Some of those other things may be above that purchasing authority, so depending on where they come back in the bids, we'd have to come back and bring those back to the city commission.
looks like the only really big ticket item is to furnish the station with,
That's correct.
so, okay, thank you. Any comment or additions from the fire department? Mr. Boo with WSK, do you have a comment? We're not getting audio. Still no audio.
It's soft. I just need the volume up. His voice is like a 1 on a 10 scale. I can hear it, but it's
You can hear a whole lot better than the rest of us.
not good
I'm not hearing anything.
this ear wouldn't do it.
Yeah, we're not getting you, Doug. I guess you don't get to ask questions from to Doug tonight. He's not coming through.
Maybe sometimes texting works better, but. I guess my other question was, upon approval, well, MCP, that doesn't stand for McPherson, but I researched this, and the founders of the company's last name is McPherson. So, but they're not out of McPherson. So upon approval, they'll be ready to get going right away?
Yeah, we still have a little bit of work with the contract and some of the documents we have to put together in the next few weeks, but yeah, we anticipate they'll be able to start doing some groundwork hopefully by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
So I apologize if I'm covering ground that you already covered, but just to be clear, the overall project budget of 11 million compared to this revised estimate of 8.6, all in, that difference is relatively the same as the difference between the construction and contingency budget of 9.7 compared to what you're awarding this evening. So there's an overall project cost and some savings to be realized, and that compares the same as the cost savings for what we just put out to bid.
Very good. Chief Stover.
Mayor, Commissioners, Kirk Stover, Battalion Chief. I've been texting with WSKF with Doug. I don't know what his issues with his mics are, but we have talked last weekend. He was in Manhattan for a Chiefs conference. We discussed MCP. Are they good or are they bad? You know, we got to do our background checks and all that stuff, but we were confident in our discussions that we would like to have them build this station, so I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you might have, but as far as the fire department, with Mr. Wood and WSKF, I think there's not an
Thank you.
issue.
I appreciate having confidence in, I wanted way in from the fire department. So,
I'm speaking for Doug. I think Doug's on the same page that we are, so we'll be fine.
okay, thank you. Is there any public comment? I'll bring this back for action.
Mayor, I move to award the bid for construction of Fire Station Number 4 to MCP Build Incorporated of Topeka, Kansas, in the amount of $6,909,000 with a $345,450 construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $7,254,450, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with MCB Build Incorporated upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to award the bid for construction of Fire Station Number 4 to MCP Build Incorporated of Topeka, Kansas, in the amount of $6,909,000 with a $345,450 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $7,254,450, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with MCP Build Incorporated upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. This is a big step forward for the city of Salina. Long time coming, and I'm proud that we are here at this point. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Developmental business, item 6.1.
Item 6.1, consider approval of resolution number 24-8256, authorizing city staff to apply for a Kansas Moderate Income Housing Grant and executing a grant agreement with Tab 2022 LLC, and consider approval of resolution number 24-8257, a resolution of support for Tab 2022 LLC to submit a Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit application for the Island Apartments project at 101 North Santa Fe Avenue.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as you're aware, we've used several different tools in a toolbox for housing incentive over the last couple of years. Today's application in front of you is for the MIH Moderate Income Housing and KHITC, which is the Housing Tax Credit Program, applicable to the property located at 101 North Santa Fe Avenue, formerly known as the old Lang Syne location or antique building that is currently being redone and will be a mixed-use property. It is within the bid district, so within Salina downtown, and it is zoned C4. A little bit of a reminder about these two economic incentives. The moderate income housing incentive is ran through KHRC, or Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. It is designed to be awarded to cities and counties to either use for down payment assistance or the development of multifamily rental units or single-family homes for purchase and infrastructure within communities that have a population of 60,000 or less. So we do meet that qualification. We have done this a couple of times. This project's slightly different in the fact that it's a smaller number of units and it's in one of our more urban areas in town. This program, the MIH program, has gone through considerable change since 2021. New funding and greater state prioritization around housing has elevated this, which has allowed maximum funding to be awarded for no more than $650,000 per project. This application, if approved by you today, would be submitted by the city and would be submitted to KHRC by November 22nd, 2024, which is its due date. The other program, also having the same due date of November 22nd, 2024, is KHITC. That is more formally known as Kansas HB 2237 tax credit. And the purpose of that is to reduce income tax liability for housing investors proportional to the awarded credits. And based on a algorithm for our city on population size area, we can have awards are for no more than 1.2 million credited against state income tax liability per project, and that's up to 30,000 per residential unit and up to 40 units per project per year based on our population. We have been applying for this grant and have been aware of it really since 2022 when it was first launched, and it was actually built in and went hand in hand with the MIH. And since 2023, that has been broken apart, and now in 2024, these are still applied for on their own. It's slightly different than MIH in the fact that the developer does the application, but a part of applying for that, the developer must get approval from the city or support. So that's what's being asked for here today. So in MIH, we help to manage the grant. The grant will come through us. And in KHITC, the developer submits that with note of our approval through the resolution and would manage that on their own. So more specifically related to this current request, this is being done on the behalf of TAB 2022 LLC, and that is the development team of Cameron and Jessica Petro Saksuma. And they have several rental properties around town, 24 to be exact, with 18-unit apartment complex included in that. The project that they're proposing here on Santa Fe would include 6 rental units, 1 one-bedroom, 4 two-bedrooms, and 1 three-bedroom unit. The proposed lease rates are listed in the blue sheet, but they would range anywhere from $1,000 to $1,300 a month. And also attached in the packet would be some floor plans for those units. Being asked for under MIH is $180,000 on behalf of this project. If awarded, the resolution 248256 that's identified here today would authorize the city manager to accept that award. And the grant agreement in addition applying for that. And funds would be used by the developer to construct the 6 units of rental housing as described. The application, which is 248257 for KHITC, would go towards the applicant's $180,000 of state income tax credits to be shared with the private investors of the project. None of the 6 units included in the pending KHIT request have initiated construction as of this date. So we're at that point in which, if awarded, they could still use those monies, because not beginning construction is important in this case. As a fiscal note, as I mentioned, MIH we would manage, having a little bit more experience in this subject than we did a couple years ago. We estimate it taking 3 to 5 hours of staff time a month. That helps with reports, answering questions, and addressing issues with the state. And the resolution for the KHITC does not require any staff resources to manage that, and neither of these requests require any matching funds or a fiscal direct budgetary impact to the city. So before you today, you have Resolution 248256 and 248257. 56 is to authorize the application acceptance of the MIH grant, and 57 is support of the submittal of a KHITC application on behalf of this project. Staff is happy to answer questions, and the applicant is available for questions here in the audience.
Thank you. Questions?
Just, and I may just be reading this wrong. In the description of the rental units, the one-bedroom unit is 1,240 square feet, but the three-bedroom unit is 872. Just seemed a little strange that the three-bedroom would be.
That may be an error on our part.
Yeah, it looks like the square footages go down as the number of bedrooms go up. I wonder if something got inverted there.
We might have converted or inverted that, and I would be happy to let the applicant address that if she so wishes. Any other questions for staff before?
How does the timing on this work? Because building the units for housing versus the children's indoor play area, how do we time that up?
So these dollars go directly to the units. They have nothing to do with the play place on the first floor and kind of in the mezzanine level. And we don't have to stop permitting the mezzanine level and the work they're doing there to wait for this.
I'm thinking of occupancy a little bit also.
I mean, it's no different than a phased project, right? As long as those first floors are safe.
Okay.
And you can get to them and they've got all their utilities and they've got all those things necessary for occupancy, we can occupy those spaces at different times.
And where would the entrance to these be compared to the entrance to the children's play area?
I think that's probably best taken care of by the applicant,
Okay.
kind of explaining that layout.
Hello.
Hello?
So the entrance to...
Could you state your name,
yes.
please?
I am Jessica Petro-Sakuma. I am the owner and developer of Island Apartments and Pele's Playground, which will be on the first floor. So the entrance to the apartments will have completely separate from the playground. There will be an entrance on Iron. When there were office spaces on the second floor, there was originally a stairwell that came down to the Iron side that had been removed whenever this was a bank. We plan to reinstall that staircase, and so there will be a separate entrance on Iron as well as on Santa Fe. They will be completely separate. There will be a shared elevator just to make sure the entire building is ADA compliant, but we will make sure that you have to have a passcode or a key fob in order to access the playground side of it because it is going to be where children are playing. And just specifically for safety-wise, anybody who will be renting out these apartments will need to have background checks and be approved because of the proximity to the children's playground.
Where's parking gonna
There
be?
is a parking lot behind the building. It's shared by a lot of the downtown businesses, but even during, big events in the downtown area, there's plenty of parking for the thousands of people that make it there, so we're less concerned about parking.
And we would add the C4 does not require parking. So that's part of the difference with our downtown district is we don't require parking, they can use on-street.
And our policy is still that we don't reserve spaces for residents in those public
That is
parking?
correct. We are not
Okay,
reserving that in this case.
okay.
I guess my question was about accessibility. You stated an elevator.
Yes.
For those that have been here a while, this was originally the First National Bank building, the predecessor to Sunflower Bank.
Yes.
Was
We're
there
working
an
on getting it on the National Registry, so.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So was there an elevator in there?
No, there was not.
Okay. I didn't
No,
think there was.
we're having to build one.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. And the children's area and the apartments are going to all evolve simultaneously?
So,
I
yes.
know a lot of workers went in there already.
Yes. We plan on doing both. So phase one is considered the playground on the ground floor and the mezzanine. And phase two is going to be the 6 apartment units on the second floor. But because of the state of the building and how much work is needed to just bring it up to code and usable building, we have to do everything at once. So we plan on plumbing and getting everything all ready to go. And since we're already doing that for the whole building, it makes sense to continue to do that for the apartments as well. And the MIH grant for, the $180,000 we're requesting will help us continue to work on that while we're still getting the main business operational.
Okay, and upon receiving the MIH grant, will the rent be market-based, income-based, or capped?
So it'll be income-based, and we will have to submit income information about all the tenants to the MIH grant. So that's part of where we would have to coordinate with the city. We would submit it to the city, and then that would be in turn submitted to the MIH.
Okay, thank you. How do you pronounce your name again?
Jessica Petro-Sakuma. It's Japanese.
It's Japanese?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not Japanese. Yes.
Want to know the square footages of the bedrooms?
Yes, I have them on here, and I think the square footage might actually just be for the living areas. I can double check with our architect because that does seem small comparatively. But I have the 3-bedroom at 1,240 square feet. in the bottom right corner. The upper right corner I have at 952 square feet for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Upper left is 966 square feet. Bottom left is 964 square feet. And then the two in the middle are 872 and 1130 for the other 2 bedrooms.
It looks like we may have inverted the progression of bedrooms in reverse order of the square footage.
Okay.
So
I think our report's wrong, so.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Driscoll?
No, sir.
Is there any public comment?
Hello. I have a problem with this grant, period. Because at the end of the day, the taxpayer pays for it. Doesn't matter if it doesn't cost the city any money. It costs your constituents money. That's number one. Number two, why do you need a playground? No offense.
Excuse me, can you state your name?
Christ.
State your name, please.
Christ. If you want to challenge me.
I need your legal name, or step away from the podium.
My birth name, Mark Labus. How's that?
Thank you.
Not a problem. So, back to the thing. Why do you need a playground if it's at the mezzanine level on Iron Street when you have within 4 blocks playgrounds? You have Oakdale Park. You have another one west of it. That's number 2. Number 3, the proposed rents for those places. To be honest, I own rental property, and I do enough research on Facebook to understand there are plenty 3-bedroom, 2 bedrooms for less than what is being proposed by this company with a grant. So why are we even entertaining this? Why? Seriously. With just as many amenities, if not more than what is being proposed. Seriously, why? Most of you are business people. You understand. I built mine from the ground up without any government help. So why are we proposing this? Why is Lauren Driscoll, is another question, proposing this? Because she has ties to Washington. I've said this before. Look at it. Seriously. Have a good day.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up. None of these dollars will actually go towards the playground business. It's specifically for the 6 units. I would also note that the moderate income housing grant does not affect any Salina tax dollars. It's a state grant, so the money is coming from KHITC. And lastly, the KHRC would be funding the grant, and KHITC, which is the tax credit, is a state tax credit, so it is not a City of Salina tax base. So I suppose on a bigger whole, it may affect taxes, but in this case, it is not based on Salina's municipal taxes for either of these programs.
And you touched on it, but just to clarify, we're calling it a playground business. The reference to playground, it's an
indoor
admission
play place.
fee-based play place. It is not a city playground.
And none of these dollars go to that endeavor. It is specifically related to the 6 units. And it is the moderate income housing grant. So that is a particular grant through Kansas Housing Resource Corporation for moderate income. So it's not going to be your lowest priced units. Hope that helps.
Well, I think it should be noted that there's a demand for that type of housing. I would imagine with our professional schools on Santa Fe, that those units won't be vacant very long because they're close to the schools, close to the hospital. And folks, now we have a downtown that people can live near. It's close to downtown. I did have one question for the developer. Is this a play area that, let's say, visitors in town could bring their kids to just for a one-day thing, or is it more
Yes.
subscription? So it's
So
either?
both. These are found in a lot bigger cities. We tend to visit them. We have 3 small children, and we visit the ones in Kansas City and Wichita and Omaha quite frequently. You pay a nominal amount, and then you can use the playground all day. It's an all-day pass. Some of them do seasonal pass, although you can buy like a 10-pack for a discounted price. The idea is that this playground will be open even when, the outdoor ones are covered in snow or it's raining. It's a place for kids to go around and burn off some energy. And again, that would be completely separate from the apartment complex. They will have their own separate LLCs. They will be zoned differently, and they will have different permits.
So I'm guessing you will create some job opportunities?
Yes, we will. Between the managing the rentals themselves and then the actual playground as a business, we will have created several job openings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No, sir, you've had your time. No, sir, you've had your time.
I'm just asking for a rebuttal
Nope.
for now. Okay.
I'll bring this back to the commission for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8256 and approve submittal of the MIH application and authorize the city manager to accept an associated grant agreement at a future date.
Second. Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8256 and approve submittal of an MIH application and authorize the city manager to accept an associated grant agreement at a future date. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. That will bring us to the second part of this item.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8257, resolution of support for Tab 2022 LLC to submit a KHITC application.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8257, resolution of support for Tab 2022 LLC to submit a Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit application for the project at 101 North Santa Fe. I didn't get that all right, but we got it, yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you and best of luck to you, Miss. I hope over the years I learned that name. Item 6.2.
Item 6.2, consider authorizing the mayor to sign the final plat of the Windy Creek addition on behalf of the city.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, we are out in southwestern Salina at the northeast corner of Waterwell Road and I-135. And at those locations, Southlands Development LLC owns 92 acres on the west side of I-135 north of Waterwell Road. And they have a contract to sell 9.47 acres in the southeast corner of the property to a business who wants to construct a convenience store and travel plaza adjacent to the interchange. And so in order to go from raw farmland to construction, the property owner needs to have a platted lot that it's annexed, zoned, and has public street access, public utilities, and services. So before you, as item 6.2, is a final plat of the Windy Creek addition, and that addition creates a single 9.47 acre building lot. And the access to that property will initially be from Waterwell Road via Marcella Drive. And Marcella Drive will match up on the north side of Waterwell with Yost Drive on the south side. And so this building site would have 575 feet of frontage on Waterwell and 627 feet on newly constructed Marcella Drive. And back in July, this commission approved a development agreement with Southlands Development, which allowed for sidewalk improvements and curb and gutter installation on Waterwell Road to be deferred until traffic volumes reach a certain level. But Marcella Drive will be constructed to full city street standards with curb and gutter and sidewalk. So again, the access to the proposed convenience store would be from Marcella Drive, which would need to be constructed. There would be no direct access from Waterwell Road. And so in this case, Southlands Development has retained Caw Valley Engineering as their design engineer, and they have proposed designing Marcella Drive as a collector street, so it'll have a width of 41 feet and will have a center lane, so there will be a left turn lane coming out of the subdivision at the intersection of Waterwell Road. In addition to that, they're proposing to construct deceleration lanes for right turning traffic coming from Waterwell Road, and also an acceleration lane for right turning traffic that enters from Marcella Drive onto Waterwell Road. And so the street name is Marcella Drive because it's eventually projected to extend all the way to north to the existing Marcella Drive, which terminates south of Schilling Road, so that eventually there will be connectivity between Schilling Road and Waterwell Road. And so again, we're talking about a single platted lot. The plan is to utilize utilities that exist out on Waterwell and Yost Drive that serve the Yost addition, and the engineers have demonstrated that they can take water and sewer from that utility project and extend it to this building site, but not much farther. The sewer can't go much farther than where this building site would be, and at some point the water will need to be looped to a second source of supply so that there's a looped connection. But this site can be served from existing utilities that are at the Yost Drive intersection. As far as storm drainage, they're proposing to construct a detention pond along Waterwell Road, and that will detain runoff and then discharge it west, where it will go along Waterwell Road over to Dry Creek. And so this project's required a little bit of coordination because we have one set of engineers working for Southlands Development, and then there's another set of engineers working for Maverick Convenience Stores, and the Maverick engineers have designed the detention pond. This is an area that's already served by police and fire protection for the Yost addition. It has gas and electricity available, and again, Marcella Drive will be constructed to full city standards as part of this development. There'll be 70 feet of dedicated right-of-way for Marcella. There's already right-of-way for Waterwell Road, and there's 2 easements that are being dedicated, one for the detention pond and one a public utility easement for Evergy on Marcella Drive. In addition, there'll be platted restricted access along Waterwell Road, which means no driveways on Waterwell. So we've kind of summarized on page 7 the improvements that would be involved. We would have construction of Marcella Drive to the north end of Lot 1. We'd have an extension of a public water line, and we'd have an extension of a sanitary sewer line and construction of the stormwater detention pond. The developers have indicated they are not planning to use special assessment financing. They plan to construct these improvements privately, financed by the developer, installed by their contractor. So there should be no fiscal impact as a result of this action, except for there will be ongoing maintenance of Marcella Drive and new public water and sewer lines, as well as provision of public safety services. The Planning Commission approved this plat at their October 15th meeting, subject to a number of conditions relating to completion of the public improvements and no development going beyond this point without some additional public improvements. So if you concur with their action, a motion should be made to accept the offered right-of-way dedication for Marcella, utility and drainage easement dedications, and restricted access on behalf of the city. In the alternative, you could approve a motion to decline to accept those dedications and return this plat to the Planning Commission, stating your reasons. But this plat is coming first so that we have a lot and block which can be considered for zoning in the next item. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about the plat. We do have representatives of the developer and their engineers here if you have questions.
Questions? Thank you. Does the developer or the representatives have comments?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Bradley, Southlands Development. It's been a long time coming. The first phone call I took on this was October of 2022, so I'm super excited to finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. I do have one quick question, and I don't know if it's at this point I should be asking this, but I need clarification on the loop of the water line. We're already looking at Phase 2, and according to the Planning Commission, Phase 2, I believe, let me just read it out loud so we're all on the same page here. The Planning Commission has said no development can occur north of line or Lot 1, Block 1 without a looped water line. However, when I look at this blue sheet here, it looks like it says before Phase 2 can be developed, a water line extension looping the proposed internal lines will be required. That concerns me a little bit because if I have to loop that water line before Phase 2, that's a huge expense on the developer that I just don't want to burn it. So I just need clarification from Dean as to, are we moving forward with what the Planning Commission agreed to or with what's on this blue sheet right now?
Can you clarify that question, Mr. Andrew?
Well, I hope they're the same because it's supposed to be a carryover from what the Planning Commission did. The comments about the looping dealt with the initial review from the city's fire marshal and director of utilities, who indicated that they were comfortable with the initial development going forward with a dead-end water line, but did not believe that any additional development should be allowed farther north without a looped system that provided a second source of flow for fire protection. And so the condition of approval by the Planning Commission was intended to carry out. And so the difference is between the water and the sewer is that the 1,300-foot distance is based on that's how far development can go north of Waterwell Road and still be served by the existing manhole at Yost Drive and Waterwell Road. But the condition that says no development can occur north of the north line of Lot 1, Block 1 without a looped water line connection was intended to, I believe, address the north line of Lot 1, Block 1 as depicted on the preliminary plat. But I will have to go back and clarify that with Mr. Bradley. But the gist of it is that this is being approved with a single source of flow coming north from Waterwell Road, and the fire marshal and director of utilities did not feel comfortable with the balance of the property being developed without a plan for a looped system.
Are you satisfied with that answer?
I'd like to get back up.
Okay.
Could somebody pull up the map for our Phase 2 and Phase 1? Do you guys have that on file? Just so that we know we're all talking the same things here. Put you on the spot there. This is quite a deal, because if I have to run before phase 2 a water line across another property line, and an additional 500-600 feet, and beyond Dry Creek, that's not going to be a feasible thing for me to do in phase 2. So I'd rather address this now to find out where we're at. Do you have? What's the plat look like right now? I think you just pulled up the. Okay. I guess my question would be, so according to the Planning Commission, anything north of Block 1, Lot 1 would require a loop line. So should I assume everything directly west of Block 1, Lot 1 can be developed without a loop line? Would you guys make that assumption? I know what to say about assuming.
I think if we got a different map up, I think I can address that.
Okay.
So they can see it.
What's that?
Yeah, right.
Here's the thing, Lauren, at this point in time, I'm concerned the cost down the road, so if I have to sign a piece of paper right now saying this is what I agree to, this is a cost that I will incur later on.
Right, no, I think that's a conversation staff can have with you, but
Okay.
this format's probably not
So if this
the
is
place
not
to do
format,
that.
so if I sign this, which at this point in time, it's not.
In
it's-
light of your concern, I would suggest we postpone this once again. and-
That's what
and
I would
bring it
suggest.
back.
If you're not comfortable,
Well, no, it's not
We
that
need to get it
I'm not
right.
comfortable. I need to know exactly going forward what the repercussions are going to be. So
and
at this
I
point,
don't know that we have that answer for you right now tonight. I think it
What were
would
you
be
gonna- you were
wise to
gonna-
meet with planning and
There
utilities.
seem to be different questions going on, but the
Yeah.
way I interpret it, we had 2 city development review team meetings at which this was discussed, and that the conditions were based on comments at that meeting. The notes I took said this line right here. So if we had a twin development right here, that development could be served by the water line serving this and the sewer line serving this, but that once we went north of this line, then we had to look at tying this back to Centennial Road or a second source of flow.
Which
And that-
appears to be consistent with the statement, no development can occur north of the north line of Lot 1, Block 1, without a loop water line connection to Centennial Road.
that I'm good with. It's this other one here where it says before phase 2 developed a water line extension looping. So what? I'll make this quick. What Dean just said is west of there would not require a looped. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm looking for. So I just want to make sure, because the way I was reading this blue sheet, it does not read that way tonight. But if it's directly west of that Block 1, Lot 1, we're good with that. Anything north, of course, we understand we have to loop at that point in time. We know the purpose behind it. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, so your point is the reference to Phase 2, that Phase
Yes.
2 could be west of the Maverick location, south of the north line of Lot 1.
That's correct, yes. So if you just took that north line of Maverick and just drew it directly west, everything south there, we can still develop with Phase 2 without a looped line.
So anything north of the blue line would
North
be,
of the blue line,
that'd be
that's
phase
what I was,
3.
and that's what the Planning Commission originally, I believe, had agreed on. What I'm looking at is, if you look at the number 1, water supply and fire protection, if you guys have that in front of you, it would be at the end of the article, it says, however, before Phase 2 can be developed, a water line extension looping proposed internal lines to Centennial Road would be required. So it's not that what was said is completely opposite. I just wanted clarification on if we took that north boundary line and went all the way west, we can still develop south of that without the loop line. And from what Dean just said, I appreciate it. That's what it sounds like is going to take place. Make it as confusing as possible, right?
But I want to be clear with staff that if there's any concern whatsoever, my recommendation would be we postpone this and sort this out and be abundantly clear about it before we proceed.
Well, looking at the Planning Commission, what they agreed to, that's what they agreed to. Number 6.
Is Phase 2 defined in that paragraph?
Right. I don't know that it is, but I would have to to ask staff.
We did this at a preliminary plat level where we had the same condition as a preliminary plat, and we had a Phase 2 map. That's
Where was the phase 2?
We didn't think it was an issue for the final plat since it was addressed at the preliminary, but I can produce a map that says that Phase 2 is north of that common line that goes across there. So it's not contradictory. Phase 2 means north of that line.
So phase 2 was north, not west of that.
Phase 2 is north of that line.
Anybody have any questions for me?
So then you would understand that before you could go, if your phase 2 is north.
Yeah, no, I totally
you would
understand,
have
yep.
So that's not in contradiction to what
No,
you believe
at this
you're
point in
signing?
time, essentially, I'm going to guess I have 10 to 12 acres to the west that I can develop, generate some funds, some cash flow, before I have to loop that line. That was my concern from developer standpoint, investor standpoint, is if I have to loop that line ahead of time, that's going to be an expense that's going to be hard to burden. So, and I appreciate your clarification on this, Dean. So, thanks again for your time.
Well, thank you for questioning it and
Yeah, well.
getting it all crystal clear. Does the engineering firm have any comment, or the representative? Okay. Is there any public comment?
Mark Lavis. If we look ahead, realistically, it's going to be developed. You might as well loop the line now instead of kicking the can down the road. Seriously. And there's enough questions that it probably, if you want a clear and concise answer, it should go back to staff, as city manager and many other people have said, for a clear and concise answer before anything goes ahead. Otherwise, you could look yourself as a conundrum. Seriously. And several of you have already said it. You might as well go with it, get it clear and concise, or require the looping because it's going to be developed down the road.
Norman Isles, Salina, Kansas. Poshane Quarib, that's my legal name. Translate it.
State your name, please.
I told you already the first. I said Norman Mantle at first, didn't I?
Okay.
So why are you contradicting me? My question is about water issues. You're dumping water into Dry Creek. Is that going to be contaminated water? Have you done an environmental study on it? Kansas Department of Health and Environment, EPA. You're going to be bringing in health issues, bugs, disease. So we're looking at trouble down the road. We got invasive species coming, and they're waterborne. Is that going to be a covered water site?
Any other comments? Bring this back for action.
Mayor, I move that we accept the offered right-of-way utility and drainage easement and restricted access dedications on the plat, and to authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the offered right-of-way utility and drainage easement restricted access dedications on the plat and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city. All in favor, say aye.
Just one, do we need to identify Windy Creek addition in the motion?
Need to what?
Identify that the plat is for the Windy Creek addition.
There's
In that it-
graphical error in the...
So you
And that
think
is,
just
it's not attached like to a resolution or an ordinance number.
motion
just to-
as on the agenda, the Windy Creek edition? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the one on the agenda identifies the Windy Creek addition. The proposed language of a motion on the blue sheet does not identify it as the Windy Creek addition. Not that someone would go back later and just fill in some other
How
name.
about we rephrase the motion as it's stated on the agenda?
Accept the offer, I move that we accept the offered right-of-way, utility and drainage easement, and restriction access dedications on the plat of Windy Creek Addition, and to authorize the mayor to sign the plat of Windy Creek Addition on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Second. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to authorize the mayor to sign the final plat of the Windy Creek Addition on behalf of the city. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. Commissioner Linkowitz is here to rejoin the meeting. Item 6.3.
Item 6.3, consider approval of ordinance number 24-11227, rezoning the Windy Creek Addition and approving a site development plan for a proposed Maverick convenience store.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a companion item to the application you just heard. This is an application to change the zoning of the property that we just discussed, Lot 1, Block 1 of Windy Creek Addition, to a planned highway commercial zoning designation, and with that action is a concurrent review and potential approval of a site development plan for a proposed Maverick convenience store. Back in January, Southlands Development submitted 4 land use applications related to this property. The first was a request to annex all 92.81 acres west of I-135 into the city. The second request was to amend the future land use map to show the southern portion of this property as future commercial instead of future employment, which would imply industrial development. Southlands Development envisions commercial development of the property near the interchange. And they also requested approval of a preliminary plat of property with a lot set aside for the convenience store, which you just looked at, and a request to rezone a 9.47 acre site adjacent to the interstate to C7 highway commercial. Those items were reviewed and recommendations made by the Planning Commission at their March 5th on the plat, the March 5th meeting, in February on the other items, but they came before the City Commission on March the 11th, and at that meeting, you approved an ordinance that annexed 97 acres into the city, including the abutting Waterwell Road. You approved an ordinance that amended the future land use map to show this as future commercial land use. And you concurred with the recommendation of the Planning Commission to direct Southlands Development to amend their zoning application to a request for planned C7 zoning so that the site development plan could be reviewed concurrently with the rezoning request. And so that application has been amended, and so the request is to go from agricultural to planned highway commercial. In addition to that change, Southlands Development is requesting approval of their plans for working with Maverick Convenience Store to construct a 5,982 square foot convenience store on the site. And the site development plan must be reviewed and approved by the City Commission before a building permit can be issued to begin construction. And so in your packet, you have the proposed site plan and quite a few supporting materials to allow you to review what is proposed to be built. So C7 is our highway commercial district. It's only used around the interstate interchanges of the city, and it's designed to permit the development of commercial uses that have an advantage by being located near major interstates. And so uses are required to be an enclosed structure and be appropriately landscaped so as to protect and enhance the appearance of interstate entrances into the city. A planned commercial district application requires that a site plan, landscape plan, planting plan, and building elevations and materials be reviewed and approved concurrently by the City Commission in conjunction with the rezoning request. And so one of the differences with a planned commercial district is it allows the applicant to request variations or modifications to the basic development standards, while a straight commercial zoning would not. And so in this case, Maverick requested 2 variations. One is a variation from the maximum pole sign height of 50 feet to allow a 70-foot tall pole sign along I-135, and they also requested a variation from the maximum driveway approach width because of the semi-truck traffic that they'll be serving at their facility. And so those 2 variations are part of the rezoning request. And so this property is directly across the street from C7 zoning that's in the Yost addition, and there's planned C5 zoning at the other quadrants of the interchange. So if this request is approved, all 4 quadrants of the water well I-135 interchange would be planned commercial districts. And so, as I've already noted, they would build Marcella Drive to city street standards, and the plan is that there would be a total of 31 fuel dispensing stations at that facility in terms of traffic generation. We've already discussed the water and sewer under the plat item, and as I noted, the City Commission approved an ordinance changing the future land use map to show this as commercial. So if we look at the Maverick site, it's 9.47 acres. The total building area with canopies is 12,000 square feet. It would be a 5,900 square foot convenience store, and then there's front and rear gas dispensing canopies. The building itself would be a cultured stone veneer, wainscot, and bronze aluminum framed windows. The rest of the siding would be fiber cement board and batten siding. And the colors would be brownish gray and very light gray with bronze and red accents, which is a standard Maverick trademark. The building would be 29 feet tall, and the canopies would be 19 feet tall. The plan shows 50 parking spaces for customers and employees, and as I noted, access would be from 2 driveway curb cuts on Marcella. Both of those are proposed to be 40 feet in width. The landscaping that they are proposing is substantial, and it covers all 3 frontages. So you have a landscape plan in your packet, and it shows a tree buffer along I-135, a tree buffer along Waterwell, and some plantings and screening along Marcella Drive. They also are proposing to provide an attractive masonry walls around their trash dumpsters, which will match the appearance of the building. As I noted, one of the variations they requested was, in addition to their wall signs, to have 2 proposed pole signs, one of which would be 70 feet tall. And in discussing this with representatives of Maverick, they are requesting that modification, as they say, due to their location and the elevated Waterwell Road bridge. They need the additional height to be seen from the south due to the obstruction of the bridge going over the interstate. They're proposing a second smaller sign, 25 feet tall, that would also be a pole sign, and that would be the extent of their signage. So the Planning Commission looked at the rezoning request and the site plan at their meeting on October 15th. They had representatives of Southlands Development and Maverick Convenience Store in attendance at that meeting. And following comments from staff and from Josh Rabe, who's the Director of Real Estate for Maverick, the Planning Commission made 2 recommendations to you. One was to approve an amendment of the zoning district map to change the zoning of this property from agricultural to Plan C7. And their recommendation included approving the 2 requested variations for maximum sign height and the driveway width. And then their second recommendation was approval of the site development plan. And they found that the plan submitted by Maverick conformed with all the development standards of the C7 district, except for the sign height, which I noted. And so there would be no direct fiscal impact to the city as a result of any zoning action taken tonight. And we've outlined your options on page 12 of your report. And the first option would be to concur with the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve Ordinance 24-11227, which would rezone this property to Plan C7. And that ordinance as drafted includes the 2 requested variations for sign height and driveway width. So if you concur with that, it would be approving the ordinance as prepared. You could agree that the zoning should be changed, but approve a motion without including the 2 requested variations. And so that action would require 4 affirmative votes. You could disagree with the Planning Commission's recommendation and send this item back to them and give them guidance on your reasons for disagreeing with their recommendation. Or you could postpone consideration at today's meeting to allow either staff or the applicant to provide you more information. Or you could vote to overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and vote to deny this application. You would need to provide alternate findings to support a decision of denial, and that would require 4 votes. So the site development plan for Maverick is linked to the ordinance rezoning the property. And so if you were to approve option 1, you would be approving both the zoning and the site plan. And so, again, we provided quite a few attachments. I think Mavericks was quite thorough and quite professional in their preparation of plans and their documents, which made the review pretty easy for the reviewers because they submitted a very complete submittal, which I think we were able to provide to you. So with that, I'd be open to questions about the zoning change or the site plan.
Questions? Yep.
Thank you.
Would the developer or the representatives have anything to add?
Mayor and Commissioners, Gary Hobby, Salina, Kansas, on behalf of Southlands Development, we would appreciate your support tonight with the passage of the rezoning with the 2 variations as well as including the site plan. We'd be more than glad to answer any questions that we can if you have any questions for us. Other than that, we'd appreciate your support.
Well, I'm excited to have a new brand as such here. Can you tell us a little bit about the Maverick Corporation, where they're based out of?
They have actually 4 locations in the state of Kansas that they're working on right now. 2 of them are out in western Kansas. We're hoping that we can kind of proceed and move a little bit faster than the site in Park City. We're kind of nip and tuck on being able to do the 2 sites at the same time. They're a nationwide company, and they've been able to secure come and go in the last couple of years, and so they're excited to be in the Kansas area.
And where are they based out of?
Arkansas? Utah, thank you. I've not worked with Maverick very much through this process. So.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Hobby?
Thank you.
Any other comments from developers? Is there any public comment?
I actually have a question. Mark Labus. Does the site plan include reclamation of runoff water from oil, antifreeze, and other pollutants from the semi-trucks themselves? Because we can go back to the north end of town at Petro, and you can go and see everything drains at I know from when I drove over the road and the military both. This is why I'm asking. Is there a site plan to recover that drain water instead of it going back into just the creeks, the rivers, and everything else? Environmental concern. That's my question. Have a good day.
We have Nick Halfhill online here as a engineer with Olson Engineering, who's the design engineers for Maverick, and I think he would be in the best position to discuss how they would handle that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So we've got there's some sort of technical difficulty going on, so it seems as though the people on Zoom can actually hear the other respondents, but we're not hearing it in the room, so I don't know.
So I think a workaround might be if someone on behalf of the developer has Mr. Hatfield's cell phone number, wants to bring it to me, I can call Mr. Hatfield, put him on speakerphone, put him through our sound system, and we can hear him that way.
Yeah, something's going on today.
I think I am going to ask our CT department that they research this and work this out for in the future.
Yeah, we'll certainly test it out and figure out what's going on. I don't know what.
Let him put up the cards.
Mr. Hatfield, you can hear me, correct? Could you email me your cell phone number at mike.s as in Sam, C as in Charlie, H as in hospital, R as in Romeo, A as in Alpha, G
I think
as in
Mr.
golf,
Bradley has it here.
E as in Echo. Okay, maybe we have your number. Just a second. Okay. I'm sorry. 417?
296 5215.
I can. Let me put you on speaker. Mr. Hatfield, are you there?
This is actually Case and Swallen with Olson Engineering.
Okay.
On behalf of Nick and the Maverick team here.
So did you hear the question? Are you able to answer it?
Yes, on the stormwater reclamation.
Yes.
Yeah, so there are measures in place throughout the site, expect specific regions around the canopies, because that's where you're going to see most of the problems with trying to capture that water. Any type of contaminants that occur under the canopy or around that area, and to provide separate measures to pull that out that doesn't necessarily end up, at your stormwater detention pond, to where those contaminants can then be pulled out separately via, a vac truck that wants to come in and remove that or items like that.
I'm sorry, tell me your name again, just for the record.
Kason Swallen with Olson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just have one more question.
No.
That's it? All right. Then please don't call staff.
Bring this back for action.
Mayor, move that we can approve ordinance number 24-11227, rezoning the Windy Creek addition and approving a site development plan for a proposed Maverick convenience store.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11227, rezoning the Windy Creek addition and approving a site development plan for a proposed Maverick convenience store. And may we have a roll call?
Also include the two requested variations. I'm sorry, I didn't have my, I think that should also include the two requested
Okay.
variations.
Now, I may assume incorrectly, are they part of the site development plan? If not, I'll add them in.
They are contained in the ordinance that you recommended passage of. And so the other alternative was to pull them out, but the ordinance as it's drafted includes those two variations,
okay.
so that's covered.
Okay.
Okay. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longby?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And we look forward to the development. We are at Citizens Forum. If anyone has a comment on an item that was not on the agenda, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less and state your name.
Mark Lapis. A couple things. One, if it's a public forum, unless a question is asked, it is inappropriate for staff to come up and rebuttal. That includes you commissioners, because otherwise you open that to a citizen coming up during public forum. That's problem number one. That, yes, I'm looking at you, Mayor Longby. Number two, because you did not, he gave you a half answer underneath the canopies. If we look at Petro and 50 stalls, trucks are going to be parked there. They put it underneath the canopies, not where trucks are going to be parked in the parking lot. So he gave you a half answer, but you shut me up, which was a problem. That's the problem when you shut me up, or attempt to. Yes, that PO'd me. And I'm being gentle. Trust me, the crap that you pulled tonight was shut me up and not rebuttal, but you allowed your staff to rebuttal when there wasn't a question? Oh, that's easily fought in court. That's easily. But I choose not to go after you guys because, you know what? Even Davis is an easy target. I would rather go after your HR department, the city manager, and Lauren Driscoll. Because you guys are easy targets. That's easy. It's not a threat. It's a promise. Because I have enough right now against the city itself, between the fire department, the city management, Lauren Driscoll, and your two departments, and enough dollar amount to go against it. That's easy. In addition, you didn't think through your recent escapade of requiring a 48-hour notice on a vehicle before a private person can tow a vehicle off their property. That means I can come along and park in any one of your driveways, and you can't do anything, and I have 48 hours to move the vehicle. Then think about that. But you went after chickens and smell and all of that. Reasonable person won't work anymore either. I know you're waiting, looking at the clock. Mm-hmm. I know, because you want to shut me up. That's easy. Because you don't like what I hear, what I say. Never have. Have a good day.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. You did not open up 6.3 for public comment. Why? Abuse of power? As the previous speaker said, we're treading on thin ice.
Yes, you did.
We did.
Deborah Corrales. At the Animal Advisory Board meeting, this last one we just had, Town and Country showed up and gave us a letter, and I'm not going to read all of it because it's really long. It's 3 pages. I'm just going to read the last part. Lastly, I would like to address the issue of breed-specific legislation, which according to city officials has led to half of the shelter's kennels indefinitely housing dozens of dogs subjected to this ban. Not only does this place a strain on the shelter's resources and taxpayer dollars, but these dogs are also subjected to housing conditions that are known to cause health and behavioral problems, making them less likely to be adopted should the shelter manage to find a group willing to take them in. As previously mentioned, this problem is compounded by the fact that the rescue groups and shelters that once took in these animals are no longer available. The current ban has been in place since 2004, and transferring banned animals out of the shelter has become a much more difficult task in recent years. According to Mayor Longbine, in a KSN article this summer, city commissioners are hesitant to take action to lift the ban due to concerns that they could be held responsible if any injuries occurs afterwards. However, that's not possible. However, professional organizations such as the American Veterinary Medical Association, the American Veterinary Society of Animal Behavior have provided statements denouncing BSL and their ineffectiveness in reducing dog bite incidents or severity. The American Bar Association also supports the repeal of breed-specific laws. In 2012, the ABA House of Delegates passed a resolution urging legislative bodies to adopt a breed-neutral laws, which we already have on the books, ensure due process protections for owners, encourage responsible pet ownership, focus on behavior of both dog owners and dogs, repeal any breed-specific provisions. Now, in just the United States, there's been hundreds of repeals, 56 in Kansas alone. Do you know what they all have in common? Not one BSL has been put back on the books because it works better than having a ban on dogs that look a certain way. I just adopted a dog through the animal shelter that is 36% pit bull and 57% border collie, and she looks like a red-nosed pit. She doesn't look anything like a border collie. Thank you.
Tyler Sartain. As you know, we've been working to repeal the BSL ordinance through way of petition, and we successfully gathered over 1,800 names, and we were hopeful that the issue would be put up for a public vote or for the commission to lift and just save, taxpayer money. While we expected names to be tossed out, we didn't think there would be 445 of them tossed. I spent days going over all the names, checking to see why so many were tossed, and my calculations had 120 people that were legitimately tossed out for being duplicates, canceled voters, out of district, or rejected for having their registration not match their current address. There were a few names inputted into the system that were done by the county elections office, and they were not correct. When we checked the names, there were 37 possible misspelled names, which causes a no registration, so it kicks them off. 57 names that said signature and name didn't match, and when we contacted these people, they were even so willing to sign an affidavit to say that was their name just to prove that it was them. So even with all the inconsistencies, there should have been enough names for the petition to stand. Even my address was inputted wrong by the elections office, which was kind of disturbing since I'm one that paid for half of this and has been working the last 5 years on it. The people do want this ban lifted. We have enough people now where we can just go out there and have them re-sign it and have it back on your desk in 2025. It's just people want this done. They want to see it either go up for a public vote and have the public have their say and then put it to bed. But it would just be easier if we could do it here. We've had veterinarians, ex-shelter workers, ex-volunteers at the shelter, and experts in this field come to us saying that they want this ban lifted. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't protect people from being bit or attacked. All this does is takes away people's right to choose what type of dogs they can and can't own, and that is their personal freedoms. And again, if you believe that this is the right thing to do to keep it, you believe in taking away people's freedoms. A lot of the dogs that are in there are just going stir crazy because they can't be adopted, which is unfortunate and which will lead to euthanasias, and we don't want to see that. Again, when our local elections come up, people will see this, and we've had a lot of angry people, left, right, center, you name it, and they want this to be done and dealt with. And to end on this, I had a friend just last weekend, her pit bull was actually attacked and killed by 3 other dogs. That dog lived out in the county, did nothing wrong, and someone else's dogs got loose. And those are greyhounds. And you know, greyhounds usually are for racing. And if the pit bull was that bad, you'd think they could fight them off.
Deborah Corrales. It came to my attention that Rose Base wanted to get on the Animal Advisory Board, and I understand that it was voted against because you thought there would be a conflict. I've been around those 2 women when they've interacted, and they got along just fine. I don't think it would have bothered either one of them if Rose had been appointed to the bar. Did anybody contact these 2 women and say, would you have an issue with each other, or did you guys just decide it was up to you guys? I think you guys should really have investigated instead of just say, nah, it won't work, because I've seen them work together and they could have done it.
For the record, I did contact Ms. Bass and explain the situation.
I'm Rachel Bogan, and I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of laws in and outside I don't understand. The mental health.
Step up to the mic, please.
Communication with granted Kansas.
Ma'am, we can't hear you. Step closer to the podium.
My name is Rachel Bogan, and I've had my identity stolen so many different times in and outside of. I came back from Wichita, and there were a lot of shot sounds in the neighborhood, and then and a lot of different marks. But I can't. They took my driver's license away after I purchased some vehicles. It seemed like that, the 2021, 2022, at the corner of Crawford and 9th Street, that there was a very horrendous problems from the fire before. And, I feel like that all my family's gone, and outside of other communication that should be straightforward with me, and I just feel like there's a lot of people very kidnapped, ransom, and kind of held hostage in some ways. I've stayed in a lot of motels. I went to Lawrence, Kansas, and there were problems. I felt like I should have been able to stay there, but I was also at Lynchburg, and there was EMT, and at the top of the roof came up. I noticed out here, Brad Colson said that he had to take a Justin Collins, and that he stopped and kicked him to the curb at the river, that he was near the next tent. And I believe that man to be a very fine officer, and I'm very, very afraid for all of our lives. And that's like my insurance and some of the AANA and other relations.
Anyone else? I think we missed it on the agenda, but other business, is there an item Commissioner would like to bring forward? Okay, we have 2 executive sessions scheduled.
Mayor, if I could ask, the outside counsel for the first item isn't going to be available for a little bit, so if we could reverse the order of those 2 executive sessions, that would help with scheduling.
Are we ready for a little break before we go into session? Okay. Be item 9.2.
So how long do we need for item 9.2?
Let's try 30 minutes, please.
30 minutes with a 5-minute break. Okay. Mayor Longbind, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes following a 5-minute break to discuss non-elected employees' performance and status based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1. The meeting will resume in this room at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yep.
6:30.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to recess an executive session for 30 minutes after a 5-minute break to discuss non-elected employees' performance and status based upon the need to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:30 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, attendees, in addition to yourselves, will be myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, Chief of Police CJ Weiss, and our Risk Manager Nancy Schussler. And it's a remote possibility, but I suppose there's a possibility that action could follow.
See you back at 6:30. Okay, we are back in session, and we have no action to take. And we will go back up to item 9.1 for a second executive session.
Okay. Everybody look, how long do we need on this?
I'm debating between 45 minutes and an hour, at least 45, and I think an hour is likely.
Okay, we'll start with 45 then. Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal consideration relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The meeting will resume in this room at 7:17.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss with legal counsel the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina consultation with public attorney. And we will resume in this room at 7:17. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, in addition to yourselves in attendance will be myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, Zoning Administrator Dean Andrew, and our Special Legal Counsel Amanda Jokerst and Todd Messenger. And there's a possibility that you might take action when you return.
Okay, we are back in regular session, and we are going to ask for additional time.
Okay, Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will return to this room at 7:49.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 30 minutes, and we will resume at 7:49. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mayor and Commissioners, I'm repeating myself, but those in attendance other than yourselves will be myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, Zoning Administrator Dean Andrew, and outside Specialized Counsel Amanda Jokerst and Todd Messenger. And it's possible that you could take action when you return.
Okay, we are back in session, and we have no action to take this evening, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We will see you back here next Monday.